Probably take a moment to register on your phone.
Okay.
Okay, we should be live. Where's my phone? We are live. All right. Good morning. Happy Friday, everyone. It's currently 7:01 a.m. in the West Coast, 10 a.m. in New York time. My wife and I did get up before 6:30. However, we still had to tweak some settings on our stock and crypto channels. But here we are. Sorry about that audio issue.
Can you share your screen?
Oh, yeah. Well, let me share my Discord screen. Let's see. Share screen. Should see it now, do you?
Watch stream.
Through Discord, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, got it.
I mean, if anything, you'd be watching. Well, actually, it's live through Discord. Okay. Let me restart that. Good morning. Happy Friday. Thanks for joining us if you're watching. This is my first live stream on my crypto channel. I streamed yesterday on my gaming channel, but today we finally got the permissions and okay from YouTube to live stream. A little bit late, so we're about 7:03 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Market opens at 6:30, so we're just within the 30-minute range of opening here. This is what the current market looks like. Crypto market. Got crypto bubbles here. Here's the stock heat map currently. Apple's up 4.99%. Amazon up 2. It's Micron up 4.97. And we're going to be looking at Tesla and Bitcoin today. And if anyone has any questions or Q&A or requests, I'll gladly take it in chat. And we'll take a look at that using my analysis. So let's start off by looking at Tesla. Currently on the 4-hour chart on Tesla. Let me quickly bring up the stochastics. This is what it looks like. And we have the weekly pivots currently on right here as shown here with this main pivot line, support 1, R1 of the week. I'm going to reveal my drawings, and it's probably going to look like a hot mess, but hope you can see it for the most part. In my previous video, I discussed why this was a good buy zone coming into April, where we drew the high and low of the previous month. Let me just quickly remove that. Yeah, we drew the high and low of the previous month, and then this gave us this Fibonacci extension buy zone, which I had analyzed that this was a good area to go long and buy. Since December, Tesla has been on a downtrend. We have a diagonal trend line right over here that I drew, and then on April 15th, we saw price break out of that downward trend line with volume. I'm currently using volume bars, so the wider the bar, the more volume it contains. And we got huge range, basically going up to this 200 EMA cloud. If you look at these EMA clouds, so this red one's a 200 EMA cloud. This darker blue is a 100 EMA cloud. and this cyan or light blue is, I believe, 20 and 34. Yeah, so it went to the 200 EMA, peaked above the 100 and pulled back. So looking into last week's price action, I drew the high and low. Excuse me. If I took this swing low of April to swing high of April, it gave us this Fibonacci retracement in this green zone right here. I know it might be a little bit hard to make out. I have other drawings right here on smaller time frames, but this was a good buy zone. My prediction coming into the week was that we were going to have price dip into this green zone. And then on Monday, it hit this area exactly that I had recommended in the previous video. And I actually have that live stream in my video list right now on this channel. So check that out if you want to watch it. But yeah, so on Monday, this was a recommended buy to go long. And as we can see, it hit one of my levels right here with this red bar. It's called an ADR indicator, average daily range. So what it does is it gets the calculation of the past, believe 7 and 14 days, and it basically gives a resistance and support level for each day based on the range for each day, 7 and 14 day period. So it hit it pretty good if you take a look at it. I mean, it went down to this green support area, kind of pulled back after this red, after it hit this red resistance area. Okay, so that was Monday. And then as of right now, oh, actually, let me take a step back. So on the video that I had made on Sunday, I was using options expiration to determine the range for this week for Tesla. Oh my gosh. That might be messy right now. I got all these fibs on. But anyways, I provided information on Tesla based on Friday's close at 376.30. The Thinkorswim platform that I use was giving us a range or expected move for Friday's expiration, which is today, May 1st, plus and minus $19.16 from Friday's close, 376.30, which gave us a potential low of 357.14 to a high of 395. And then I drew this box right here to kind of give that range for this particular week. And based on right now, yesterday and looks like today's action, we just may see Tesla hit the 395 or 390 mark at least. So let me just, now that we got that range information, I'm just going to go ahead and remove the drawings very quickly. And then I'm going to show I'm going to switch from a weekly pivot to a daily pivot. So as you can see, price is now breaking out of the weekly pivot, which is a good sign. And we should, if this bar closes, we should see continued movement to the upside. Maybe hit this R1 level next week or possibly by the end of the day, depending on the price action. So let's switch down to daily. As we can see right here, I'll go down to the 5-minute. And let me turn off extended hours. Go to regular. Yeah. So it looks like we've hit R1 of the daily time frame. Daily pivot. This looks like this wants to go to R2. And also in Confluence with this 200 EMA right up here and the ADR. So this is definitely a good sell zone if you had purchased Tesla in previous support levels using the daily pivots. And just visually, I mean, you could see how these were good purchases right here. If you, you know, if you like to buy for your long term, if you, you know, these areas are good areas to like DCA, not financial advice. This is just entertainment purposes only, right? But you know, if you use stocks, options, um, if you like to do covered calls for long term, you know, definitely use the combinations. Actually, don't even use my combinations, but I encourage you to figure out what works for you. And the reason why I started this channel is just to encourage any viewer out there, you know, find something that works for you. A lot of gurus, a lot of people who sell systems and courses, and you know, find someone who speaks your language and provides information in a way that you find easily digestible. But what I like to use are moving averages on very quickly. And I'm kind of going off into a tangent here. I like to use daily EMAs on my chart and just anchor it to the daily and drill down to smaller intraday timeframes and see how price reacts to those. I mean, I do have moving averages that change according to the time frame that I'm currently in, but I really like having moving averages anchored to the daily time frame. I also like to use pivots, the pivots indicator. I like looking at, you know, as far as big as the yearly, quarterly, monthly, and so on and so forth, but like drilling down. Oh wow, so we're seeing a move on Tesla. Going off into a tangent here. Kind of been distracted from doing these levels, but um so what I want to do now with Tesla is kind of just draw the range. I do have an indicator here, and it just makes life a little bit easier. Um, it's called the SMC Toolkit. What this basically is an ORBs indicator. Um, and ORB is opening range breakout. So what it does here, I believe it should, I think it's the high and low of the hour. Let me see. Yeah, so this indicator defaults to the 1 hour. And what
Maybe
I mean
you
by
could sorry. Maybe you could turn off the pivot levels so that they could
very
clearly
quickly,
see what,
yeah. Okay,
yeah.
let me turn off ADR as well. Yeah, and maybe, no, we'll leave the EMAs. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Let's look at yesterday's price action. So that indicator, and you could easily just draw this manually, which is either the high and low of the first hour. And in this case, right there, this black line, and then this black line right here at 368 and then 373. So once it the typical strategy for the orb or opening range breakout is to draw the levels of the first hour, and then when you see a close above the opening range, so this whole box right here is the range. Once we see a close above it, potentially you could go long, depending on your setups, and then follow the momentum going out of the range, which is a breakout. So we're breaking out of the range, and this is the range, opening range breakout strategy. So you could find a lot of information about this online. Just look it up, ORB strategy, opening range breakout strategy. But basically, this is what this tool is. Makes it easier for me to visually see the range. Um, right now, it's at 7:15. So in 15 minutes, this range will be what's it called? Solid. It'll be
Yeah.
set basically.
And
Um,
then I wanted to quickly add that part of the strategy that we would use is to get the fib levels of the opening range, and that could be potential target areas, correct?
yes. And you're dropping a lot of sauce right now. But yeah.
Should I not add that?
No. That's something what I
I
like to
mean, because
do.
I'm just mentioning this because how would they use it? You know, just to buy the breakout? I mean, there's
Right. So one suggestion I was gonna make, I mean, if you want to use a combination of pivots, um, right? So let's say you did go long on this breakout, you could take out at R3 or R1, R2, R3 as 3 separate targets. Or a lot of drawings are gonna pop it right now, but it's okay. If we get the high and low of yesterday, and it's gonna be hard to make out because I have other drawings, but you could use your target. Let's see, if you want to take the 100% of that move, which would be right here. And what I mean by that is this. Let's say if I draw a box very quickly, the high and low of that hour, my target for it to be 100% would be right around there, 377.93, and that could have been a target. So basically, you know, what am I going to say here? The range of the previous, the range of the range. So you have whatever exit strategy you like. You could use pivots. You could use, I have the daily EMAs on here. So this blue cloud is the 20 and 34 EMA cloud. You know, you could use that as a target. You could use the 200%, the 2618, either one. So there's many ways to skin a cat. I can't hear you. I hear you in the other room, but I can't hear you through Discord.
Oh, yeah, I couldn't hear you either. Like your your audio just cut off.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah. So,
I think it's because
go
of the
back a
live
little.
stream. Yeah, if you want to, there's many ways to skin a cat. You figure out what kind of exits you want to take based on your strategy. I like to use fibs, either take out at the 1618 of the fib range of the opening range, or the 200%, or the pivots. It's up to you. But those are some ideas on exit strategies. Only risk whatever you can afford. Add stops if you need to. But if you're buying this for long term in your retirement portfolio, you really don't have to worry about that. It's up to you. Whatever your risk levels are, just understand that you could lose some money, and that's what this game is all about. Did I draw the range? Oh, not yet. So we're still on Tesla. Explaining a few things here. One second. I'm gonna sip of my coffee. I haven't even had any. Anything that comes to mind?
No, you're doing great.
Anything you want to add?
Um, no, there's just so many ways to play this breakout or this opening range strategy because some people they would wait for the breakout and then the pullback to the midline or the 618 of that, and then they continue with the same direction. So there's so many ways to play
To
this.
draw this, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's
But
really
your
based.
pivot levels, oh sorry, just to add to finish my thought, your pivot levels kind of just do it for you. I mean, I would just use that.
Right. It's what they call, and I mentioned this in the previous video, and this is a well-known thing about certain indicators. There are leading indicators and lagging indicators. Um, and what is that? So a lagging indicator, the most common one is a moving average. So the ones that are here on the daily time frame. So all these moving averages, the indicator does not move forward into the chart until a candle bar is closed, and then the formula would have to calculate each candle bar after every print. So it does lag, and it doesn't give you like a future projection, if you will, of where price could go. Um, what's not to say that, you know, Tesla gaps up or gaps down, you know, tremendously the next day, and then the EMAs are basically following the price action at that point. Whereas you can see a leading indicator, such as the pivots that I have on here, and these are daily pivots, it projects forward in time, you know, what these levels are. So no matter what the, you know, what the closing of these bars do in these 15-minute bars, and we'll even go down to 5, that you can see that the pivot line is still here going forward in time for the rest of the day. Support 1, support 2, R1, R3. So basically you don't have to calculate it, and you could use this as potential areas of support and resistance as normal, like any other indicator. And you could see, literally see that the EMA is lagging behind right here. See this EMA cloud just stop where current price is, and you have this daily pivot go ahead in time. So that's beside the fact. That's basically the two differences. This is the reason why I like to use that combination along with the stochastic momentum index indicators that I have down here. This one that I have right below price is reactive to whatever time frame I'm in. So if right now we're looking at the 5-minute SMI, and if I switch to 15, you see it react. However, if you take a look at the two SMIs that I have below here, and they're overlaid on top of each other, this black and orange SMI is a 3-hour SMI, and then the cyan or light blue and purple are 12-hour SMIs. So I like to use these 3 different SMI levels to give me, you know, some type of anticipation for reversal or continuation in a particular direction. And let me kind of just quickly show that in action here. Sure, we use Tesla as an example. Is it a 4-hour chart that we looked at? Maybe at 1 hour. Yeah, there we go. I think it was 15. Don't remember which setting we used. Anyways, here's an easy example, just visually. Yeah. And you have to actually, the reason why I like to use a combination of SMIs and pivots and whatnot is because when you see the SMIs go into what they call an overbought territory or area, when it goes above this red line that I have drawn here, that means we're in nearly in extreme levels. That doesn't mean price will roll over right away. That just means that, you know, that's something that should catch your attention. And what I like to look for when price goes into the overbought areas, what I like to do is look for potential areas of resistance at that point on the price chart. So this was 100 EMA, DMA, call it daily moving average. So price did peak above it, but ended up not closing on that day, I believe. But that was one indication that price was going to reverse, that we were hitting near peak levels. And if I threw the pivots back on, but showed either the weekly or the monthly. Oh no, I think it was monthly. Yeah. So if we switched over, go to the 1 hour chart. If we switched over to a monthly pivot perspective, right? And this was the month, this is the current month of April. When we saw Tesla price hit R1 of the monthly pivot, that was a sell target, basically. So anyone who was trading this strategy or bought down these lows in the S1 and S2 zone, this rectangle right here, they were looking to get out at either target 1 as the pivot line, target 2 is R1, or their full target at R1, and then just get out. So this is already a potential area of support on a monthly time frame in Confluence with this 100 EMA, and we were already in contention with this 200 EMA, and in this case it kind of just peaked out. If you looked at a weekly bar, just this is probably a wick on a weekly bar. If we look at the SMIs, was there any indication that showed that it was going to roll over? And yes, we did know that we were in an overbought territory, and I think we were already beginning to see some type of divergence. So if you go down a 15-minute time frame, that same area where we sold at the R1, I have to remember to like zoom in, babe, to I know it's hard to see on like on a phone or something. But once it hit R1, rolled over, we see the SMI go down, and then you see the 3 hour begin to roll over on this SMI. So if we knew that this was resistance, potential area for a sell-off, you know, that's something to keep in mind. Maybe you opened up a short, or you sold your, you know, your calls, or maybe even bought puts here. You know, and we see this type of price action. The 3 hour begins to roll over, and then you had about 1, 2, 3 days to take action on either closing your long or opening up a short, because that next day it gapped down, went back underneath the 200 and 100 DMAs right here. So the 3 hour was already giving an idea of what was going to happen. The faster stochastics here on this 15-minute chart, you already see price reacting to it very quickly right there. And then eventually you see this 12-hour rollover where the blue line crosses this purple. Right. So that's that. Anything else? I can't hear you if you're speaking.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't think so.
So, and I kind of went off into a tangent here, but I really want to focus on just today's price action, and where this could go based on opening range. I'll draw some fibs. Maybe I'll just even get rid of some of these. Yeah, there's a good chance we're gonna break 390. Basically 390 to the top of the weekly range, which is 395. So we could hit this 100 R1. Good chance that we probably will. And if you bought here on Monday or here yesterday or even Wednesday. Yeah, so the 365 level was a good level that I mentioned on Sunday to buy on Monday or Tuesday. And then if you missed that, I mean, Wednesday and yesterday, Thursday, would have been a good area to just DCA. But now we're seeing positive price action. Take a look at the heat map. Yeah, it looks like the market is looking good, overall market. So we get Tesla on a momentum move with the rest of the market. Let me just clear some fibs here, but yeah, high. Yeah, 390, 390, 395. Good area to sell if you're going long. If you already started along, I should say. And then we could see the 3 hour SMI curling up here. We may see continued positive price action on Monday, depending on, you know, whatever news that happens on over the weekend. But this is good movement on a short term. Let me quickly remove the pivots. Yeah, so these are daily bars, back to daily bars. So we're basically looking for Tesla to break out of this long-term bearish downtrend since December. And it looks like it might. Next week, we're probably going to break above 409 based looking at these SMIs. You see this right here, babe? Longer term SMIs are getting ready to look like, to curl to the upside. And if this momentum continues, we should be able to see a break above 409, I believe.
Yeah, it looks good.
It's making one of those, textbook, did ABC?
Yeah. Which one, what's your long SMIs again? The black and orange or the,
Excuse all those fibs, but basically it's going to be going this,
geez.
call it ABC pattern, right? Yeah, basically it's going to look like that. You're going to see
Or if
440,
you're throwing in
450.
harmonics.
It's not harmonic. It's just candle patterns.
Yeah.
Sorry about that
What's your
ugly.
longer term SMIs again?
So this SMI right here is reactive to whatever time frame that you
Yeah.
decide to go into, and then the two bottom that are overlaid on top of each other, the black and orange SMI is the 3-hour, and the light blue and purple is
Oh,
the
I see.
12 hour.
I think if you're on the daily chart, you should overlay or maybe change one of the SMIs to a weekly for
Yeah,
the longer term.
or basically just go to the weekly.
Yeah. Okay.
Looking at the weekly SMI, it's looking positive, right?
Yeah.
So if we're looking at that weekly SMI and just looking at price action, excuse me, I'm drinking some coffee here. We see this big strong this weekly bar candle pull back probably into a 6618 70%. I think we did show that earlier. And then we're looking for continued movement basically equal to the size of this candle right here. So if you were to get this range of that candle right there, hold on. No, I'm not going to draw it. There's going to be too many drawings right now. Okay, I need to get down to the idea I've been wanting to talk about, but I wish there was like another Tesla ticker I could draw on. Oh, there you go, Tesla dollar. Let's take a look at that. Do the EMAs look the same? Oh, they do. Okay, you know what? I'm going to draw a separate set of stuff on here. So apparently this is the Tesla dollar crypto coin on Pith. Perpetual. Okay, anyways. Let's do this. We're going to draw. It's been 1 hour already. We'll draw the fibs. Bless you. You're still muted. Yeah, as mentioned, 390 to 394 or 395, good areas to sell. If you bought the bottom of the week. We turn on the faster EMAs right now. You're still muted, by the way.
Oh, I know. I don't want to make
Oh,
too
okay.
much noise.
I have another indicator here that has a combination of different EMAs that change according to the time interval that you're on TradingView. So these are more reactive to, the 5-minute right now. Oh, So this white line is a 200, this cyan cloud is a 50 EMA cloud, and I believe this is a 9 and 13. Yellow and red, 9 and 13 respectively. So if you're using moving average analysis, right? If we're looking for a cross of the moving averages, I mean, when you see price cross the 200 and then pull back, this is a positive trend to the upside on a short-term time frame to go long. Oh, this purple one, purple EMA is an 800 EMA as well. That's by default on this indicator. All right, so that's the range for the 1 hour. I think the SMC toolkit should show that. Yeah. So we're finally closed for the 1 hour range, and it looks like there's a sell-off. Not sell-off, just pullback. So let's quickly remove this 1 hour range, because what I really like to do, yeah, and you can see the SMIs about to roll over on the 5-minute time frame, so we should see a pullback soon. But what I like to also use the 15-minute range. So the first 3 5-minute or one 15-minute bar. I'm wondering if that played out like the way it should have. Yeah. So if you're someone who likes to trade literally the market open, like you analyze pre-market and you already have an entry at the ring of the bell, I like to use the 15-minute range. So I did the high and low of the first 15 minutes. I might as well just go on a 15-minute bar. Remove the SMC, remove the... So draw the high and low of the first 15 minutes. And then if I had drawn this much sooner, this Fibonacci extension zone right here, you can see oh, heck. Trying to change it. Okay, sorry about that. Dropping some sauce right here. So basically 15-minute, you do the high and low of the 15-minute range using the Fibonacci tool. And if you see the Fibonacci extension sell or the Fibonacci extension buy zone, sell or buy, these are potential areas as to where the 1 hour range will end or reverse from. So in this case, the 15-minute range was at these levels. I'm just trying this. It's not the best tool to use, but use it right here. So if I did the high and low of the opening range, showed the Fibonacci extension zone, by the hour, price should have either gone to the Fibonacci extension zone of the 15-minute or the buy zone of the 15-minute. So if you're one to buy the 15-minute breakout, it would be now. And because we did just end the 1 hour range, so it looks like people are buying this up right now. This 15-minute top of the range. Let's go down to a smaller time frame, 5-minute. So mind you, this is the 5-minute Fibonacci extension sell zone, and this is the 1 hour up here. Oh, there it is. So target 1 has already been hit. If you bought this bounce off of this 100 EMA, would have sold right there. That's why we got a little bit of a pullback. You combine that with the SMIs beginning to kind of roll over a little bit. And then if we throw the pivots on here, look at the daily. Look at that. So literally the R2 was at the Fibonacci Fibonacci extension sell zone of the 15-minute range. Talking very quickly because I'm wired from this coffee. Oh, this looks like a textbook opening range breakout play. So we broke out of the 15-minute, popped out, pulled back in. People bought it up because we see this wick. And we may see continued price action to the upside. But we have a lot of major levels to hit. You know, we have this 200 EMA at 389, the 390 extension fib zone right there. So we got a huge confluence at 390. Let's see what happens at 390. I'm actually going to refer to this Tesla chart too a lot, just for drawings, rather than putting it all on the main Tesla chart. Yeah, so what was the option range again? Expected move 395 based on the weekly options. So when the market closes today, I'm not sure if we'll shoot another video this evening, possibly tomorrow or Sunday. What we're going to show is the weekly levels for next week. So like and subscribe if you're interested in seeing that, so to be up to date. So we'll be sending out a video either live or just recorded. We haven't decided what format we want to do, but Saturday and Sunday I'll put up the option expiration expected move for next Friday. So next Friday would be the 8th, May 8th. All right, so tune in for that. Like and subscribe so you could, and comment if there's anything you'd like to see on your end. If you want to see some other tickers, I haven't even gone to Bitcoin yet because I'm kind of explaining the whole deal with Tesla right now. And I like the price action of Tesla. That's the reason why I like checking them out. Wow, this is positive price action. Let's see what happens at 390 and 395. My prediction on Sunday, if you could see this white line, was that it was going to go down here to this green zone, which it did on Monday, and then go up to this 200 EMA. Ooh, let's see what happens. Coming at you live. Once again, the range is 395 for this week. But we should see some selling off at 390. Anything else you want to add? Are you still there? You're muted.
No, it's I think you covered all time frames.
Well, that's just for Tesla. Guess I'm just getting warmed up. So Maybe we'll put a post to let all the viewers know, how often we're going to be live streaming. But we're going to be live streaming definitely Thursdays and Fridays. I have a day job, but definitely Thursdays and Fridays I'll be live streaming. So if you're interested in following us, yeah, like and subscribe. Check us out. We'll also put out videos over the weekend to give our weekly projections for the next week. If there's a ticker you want us to take a look at, either crypto or stocks, commodities, anything, we'll take a look at it. Feel free to comment. All right, we're going to see that live. We're looking at a 1 minute bar. We switch over to the other Tesla. Now, there we go. Let's remove this fib. What is the ADR telling us? Oh. All right. According to the 7 and 14-day ADR resistance level, we are at the top. But based on this price action right now, we're probably going to see continued movement. We definitely will. You can see this 3 hour SMI. It's already an overbought. It's just crossing it. So that's strong momentum. That's going to take us into the afternoon. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if we do end up going to 395, which is the top of the right here, the 100 EMA, this fib zone. So people are getting paid today.
Your expected move was 395, right?
Yeah, yes. And if I switch over to the other Tesla chart, we're moving based on option expiration, the expected move. I'll put it up here. It was plus and minus $19.16 from Friday's close. The low end was 357.14, high end 395. So let's see what happens. Maybe the market is catching on. Yeah, we're definitely in a good area to start kind of scaling out. If you're the type to scale in or scale out of, of your positions. If I had a Tesla day trade right now, I would be I would scale out a little bit right here because we are hitting a 200 daily EMA in Confluence with the ADR and the R2. and Fibonacci extension sell zones. So we however, the EMAs are telling us all systems go. This is all going up, and that's what the momentum is right now. I will be right back. Excuse me for a few minutes. Okay, we're seeing Tesla on the move. We just hit the 390 mark. Strong price action. Currently on the 5-minute chart, we're looking at the SMI. It's beginning to roll over. That doesn't mean price is going to reverse, but we should see some red candles very soon. We are in a high probability sell zone. Retail should be taking out some profits here, but let's see what the smart money wants to do if they want to continue to push higher up into the 395 range, which is the top of the weekly expected move for the week. I forgot to pull up my restream chat just in case. Okay. Let's see if the chat works. Let me just... Okay. There is like a 5 to 8 second delay until I see messages pop up, but that's all good. Put it up here so it's easy for me to see. Haven't even looked at Bitcoin yet. It's so focused on Tesla. Let's look at Bitcoin. It's easy to see what happened here. So price, this was on Wednesday, it bounced off of the 20 DMA. I think we had drawings on here, but oh no. I think we had it on a different Bitcoin chart. BTC USDT. Yeah. We had drawn some bullish divergences here to indicate that within the next few days that price is going to go up. And it has. The 3-hour SMI was already making higher lows. Price kind of did a double tap here on the 20 DMA, and then you saw the faster SMI moving up, indicating that there was momentum that was building. If we do the high and low of that Wednesday, we could see we are in a sell zone right there, which is the reason why we're seeing some negative candle bars print out right now. So if you went long here, looking at these divergences based on SMIs and then finding support on price, and then price went above this 2 and 4 day black EMA cloud right here, easy indication to go long. This might be a little bit too early for some people. This would have been good confirmation right here to go long and then to sell at this target right here. If we turn on the pivots, let's look at the daily pivot. Okay, we're way past the range of the R3, the daily pivots. Or if the monthly comes into play here. We're probably still far away from the monthly, yeah. What's great about using volume bars with crypto, in this case BTC USDT, you really see the differences in volume. Because I'm using volume candle bars, and you can see here, you know, this moved up. We saw this price action creep up, cross this EMA cloud. We saw positive, strong, bullish action, quick pullback, and then lift off from there. So the bigger the candle, you know, the more attention that you should be focused on to be able to see where the next move is going to play out. Oh, look at Tesla, 392. Yep, we're definitely going to hit 395 based on this pattern.
As you predicted. I mean, we gotta wait until it closed today, but
yeah, but we should see a strong sell-off going into New York lunchtime.
yeah, for sure. At least to the 395, or even before that, the R3. It's probably going to what do you call that? Where they front run the price?
Yeah, so we should start seeing some red candles around the 395 range.
Yeah, for sure.
Like bigger green candles. And you can see how price is still riding this faster EMA right here.
What time does New York lunch
They go
start?
to lunch at 12. So
Um,
top of the hour for us. So 9 o'clock, we should see volume dry up during New York lunch hour.
yeah.
So it should hit 395 by 9. If we do,
PST.
yeah, by 9 PST. Because on a 15-minute bar time frame, it's all just nothing but green candles. Look at that. Huge wick on this current bar that we're in. People bought that dip. So this is strong indication that this will go higher. What else should we look at?
Go back to Bitcoin. I don't think you finished your thought with that one.
Well, if you saw Bitcoin at these levels, I mean, I'm constantly just DCAing every week into my long-term Bitcoin. But if I was trading perpetuals, futures, options on IBIT, you know, this would have been a good area to scale into a long-term position. Let's see how IBIT looks. Yeah, we had a gap up on IBIT. Look at this. So if I drew the high and low of yesterday's price action,
That's at the
yeah, we saw it.
2618.
Yeah, everyone sold this 2618. So that was a high confluence zone right here based on Wednesday's Fib extension zone and Thursday's Fib extension zone. I can't help but see this W. I don't know the full strategy on cipher and harmonic patterns, but this is definitely a harmonic pattern. I think that's a butterfly pattern in harmonics. Oh man, I think my drawings disappeared on this chart. What happened? Oh, that sucks. My drawings disappeared on this Tesla ticker. What the frick? Oh, you know what? It's because I switched over. There it is. Let me save this version. We'll just keep this chart to BTC. Typically, when this pattern is formed on a harmonic pattern or hits a Fibonacci extension zone, we should see a retracement of some kind. Some EMA level. Let's put the EMAs back up.
So basically the overview for this is that for the longer term, it could be bullish, but short term bearish.
Yes, as far as today's action. So although this was negative price action this past week, because we saw price below this 200 EMA. But when we saw price hit this 20 DMA, this light greenish cyan color cloud, that's when we started seeing divergence down here, which indicated that momentum was slowly building. People were buying up at these levels. What else is hot right now? Apple. Let's take a look at Apple real quick. Normally don't look at Apple. Huge gap up. Oh, they had earnings. That's what it was. Take a look at the chart. I mean, Apple's a really good momentum stock. You can see how it plays out with these daily EMAs. Price of this 200 EMA went up, meandered around here for a bit, but gained its momentum back. So this was good for dip buying. If anyone saw this, the cloud pretty much caught it right here. If we look at the pivots on a bigger time frame, since we're on the daily, let's look at the month. Hit the R2 of the month already. And if we go to quarterly, hitting the R2 of the quarterly. Heck, if we even look at the year, 288 for the year, R1. Which is near previous resistance, which was the high of 2025.
Seems like this stock is more like a trend following thing, huh?
Yeah, definitely.
I feel like all stocks have its own character.
Exactly. So not all tickers, stocks, underlyings, they all have their own, let's say, personality, right? But depending on the overall market, whether it's the stock market or crypto market, whatever the sentiment is, typically whatever underlying your trading, it would follow the natural sentiment of the overall market. And just visually looking at this, the overall, I mean, most of the market, I mean, the bigger large caps are green. And Apple just had its earnings. Yeah, Apple's, these are easy momentum plays for Apple. I like using Tesla because it's reactive to like my levels I like to use, like pivots and Fibonacci and whatnot. High volatility and high range per day. So it's no wonder why it's one of the most actively traded stocks, where people go day trade Tesla, literally just live and breathe Tesla. And I may be one of those people. Tesla and Bitcoin.
You still there?
Still here.
Yeah, I'm looking at Tesla on my chart at the macro level. And so I have the 3-day SMIs and the weekly SMIs. I'm looking on the daily chart, and it looks really bullish on my end.
Let's see.
There's like, if you
You want to share your
toggle,
screen?
I don't know. I'm looking through my phone.
Oh, I
I
see.
don't have it set up on my computer. Maybe for next live stream.
So you're saying Tesla on what time interval?
So let's just try this on your chart. So go to the daily chart. And then for the bottom of the screen for your SMIs, change your longer SMI to the weekly. And then change the other SMI to the 3 days. So I always have like a fast
Oh yeah,
SMI, a medium term, and then a long term.
I actually
So
used to. Those were my exact settings too before.
yeah,
for extremely long term. Yeah, so they're all positive, right?
yeah,
So if you
looks
have
pretty
that,
good.
that's all moving up. So if you have longer, 3-day, a weekly SMI looking positive, and then if you're on the daily time frame, right, when you see this dip, it's meant for, not financial advice, buying. So this is a
Right.
nice this is a nice pullback in what may potentially be a change in direction in the long term.
And what's that purple thick line? What
Oh,
EMA is that?
800. It's based
Yeah,
on
it's
this
bouncing off of that.
yeah, it's based on this indicator right here that has lots of moving averages on it.
I see. Yeah, so if you're a long-term holder of Tesla, it's looking, well, this cycle or for this next quarter is looking pretty bullish, but this is just technicals.
Yep. At any point in time, Elon could say something and send this stock moving up or down.
Yeah. We talk about this all the time, fundamentals, news, all that stuff. People can be researching about Tesla stock and like upcoming projects or whatnot, but we just don't know when it will play out or show on the chart. What we like about technicals is that you can kind of gauge the timing um, of what it could possibly do in like the the weekly or
Mhm.
monthly kind of view.
So the writing, as they say, is basically on the wall. Like if you do TA and you use leading indicators and you draw your levels, you're gonna see areas of potential, sell-offs, buy-offs, resistance, and support. And for some odd reason, whenever news comes out, it's usually always on some type of level. So what comes first, the chicken or the egg? Is it because of the price action or insider info? And then when the news are finally released, you have some, crazy volatility in the market that just sends it.
Yeah. Speaking about timing, it's a full moon tonight, I believe. So, you know how like a lot of what? A lot of traders, they always go based off of the moon. It's like a cycle in itself. Don't you have a moon indicator? Put that on real quick. Let's see how it like played
Do
out.
I? I didn't know I had a moon
Yeah,
indicator.
you do. You have a full moon indicator on there somewhere. I remember you
I
used
don't even know
to
where it's at.
toggle.
No, I
Um,
think, hold on. Maybe it's not even in this set
I
chart
mean, I
setting.
know we're just playing around, toying around with like different indicators just to see. But our main
It's not on
indicators
here.
that we do use is our Fibs, um, pivots, and SMIs, just for everyone listening. But we like to like see other indicators how it plays out sometimes, overlay it with our main squeezes, I guess. Oh, I forgot to mention your cloud, DMA clouds. Yeah, that's like something that you always have now. So, and you don't want to always switch up your strategy. That's another thing that we kind of learned in our early trading days.
Yeah. Figure out what works for you. I mean, obviously I have, a lot of indicators on this chart, but I toggle them on and off using different type of analyses, different perspectives to be able to give me evidence, of areas of confluence, of support and resistance. So you find your combination that you want to do. You could keep it as simple as possible using just moving averages. But I like to use a mix of leading indicators and lagging indicators and, oscillators. In this case, the SMIs as oscillators. People like to use MACD. Others like to use RSI. RSI is really good too. I have this other indicator here. Let's see what it looks like. I'll turn it on. I believe the color coding, I believe this is like an all-in-one type of indicator. I forgot what it's called. PCA. So it's a combination of many different oscillators and indicators. I think RSI is one of them, money flow index, MACD, stochastics. So when all of those indicators line up, the bars are colored differently. So when it's blue, it's showing that all the indicators are moving negative in oversold territory to overbought territory. So it's a combination of like so many different indicators. I don't even know how many, but it's a nice little heat map, if you will, of potential areas of timing sells or buys or taking targets, scaling in, scaling out. As you can see over here, it was dark red on this part of the chart. Momentum kind of slowed down a little bit, cooled off, but it was still above these EMAs and went higher. If we drill down to a smaller time frame, you can see how the colors change as well. There you go. It's gonna happen. We're gonna hit 395 by 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, which is lunchtime for New York.
Even after like taking a break from trading, you're still pretty sharp with these levels.
Well, I look at it every day on my phone. And then now, thanks to you, I'm just doing it on the computer and live streaming it. But typically, what I do every day is just really just look at it on my phone. I don't even do this many drawings as I do because I have all these indicators set. I just toggle off certain indicators on my phone and I'm able to make decisions based on that because I know my indicators like almost like the back of my hand. So I know how they would react and how they move based on price action. But here it's actually just, one step further. How do I educate or explain, how my system or combination of indicators, work on a live setting, right? On live stream. And that's what we're working on. So if you do like this content, like and subscribe, and then follow us on our journey. There we go. We saw a wick. Wow, it touched the top of that fib to the T. 394.03. Let's check the actual
Pretty
Tesla
crazy how
underlying.
it's just moving.
Yeah, the momentum is still strong to the upside.
Yeah, it's right there.
Here we go. We're getting some nice movement on Tesla. We just hit the 395 mark. It's currently 8:37 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Let's see how this goes. Let's look at the 1 minute.
I'll refrain from saying that then.
Hmm?
I'll refrain from saying that then.
Could have been a bot. 2 bots. All right, we're currently hitting the top of the weekly option range, which is 395. We turn on the pivots. We're at the R3. So we're hitting peak levels right now. $395.46 actually, to be exact. You should definitely see price react once we hit that. Oh, nice. As I mentioned earlier in the stream, if you had purchased Tesla at these lower levels, excuse all the drawings here, but on Monday we did make this call. Actually on Sunday, because we recorded a live stream on Sunday. And then my prediction was that price is going to pull back to this bigger fib zone on a bigger time frame. Excuse all that mess. Actually, we'll just go to daily. It's hard to see because we have so many drawings overlapped. Basically, that was a fib buy zone, early April. Swing high, swing low, retracement back into this zone, which is this buy zone down here. And if you missed that, you could have got this Fibonacci retracement of this week's price action now going up into the highs of the weekly range. We're now past the weekly expected move. All right, we're past the R3. We're past the weekly option expected move. Question is, are we going to close above 395 or below 395 at this point? Now we're at the top end of this expected move. Go back to that other Tesla chart with less drawings, fewer drawings. So we drew the 15-minute range down here. It's the high, the 15-minute. Oh, and this was the low actually, right there. And we drew the Fibonacci sell zones up here. So if you bought down here on the 50 EMA, hitting this red ADR, average daily range, or this fib zone, you could have been taking targets, scaling out throughout all of these levels. I expect some bigger red candles to be showing up very soon. It is 8:43. New York lunchtime begins at 12. So volume should dry up. And anyone who's in New York is looking to start their weekend, they would be closing their position right now, getting ready to go to the bar for lunch. Talk about how much money they made to wind down for the week. So definitely I'd be a happy camper if I had, a sizable position at any of these levels. We're taking out on Friday for a weekly swing trade. And then we're looking at this. I don't. Is that a falling star? I don't know. Like the candle names. Candle pattern names. Let's see. Yeah, shooting star. That might be a shooting star. Let's see. Oops. Sorry about that. But we got to go off of the close. So it looks like it didn't close red. Yeah, like I mentioned, I do expect to see some profit taking at these current levels. We are looking at the R3 of the daily pivot. We've already passed a lot of these Fibonacci extension sell zones. We're now right at the cusp of hitting this EMA and 100 EMA cloud. Additionally, we've already peaked above the weekly option expiration range of 395.46. And what do the SMIs look like? SMIs are still positive. We're going to see how the smart money wants to play this. This is a highly contested area. If someone has any option plays that they're trying to defend, the market makers may put them in hot water if it goes way past 395. Wow. Okay. So we saw some minor profit taking on this candle bar right here. But it looks like it just got absorbed. Are we going to hit the psychological number 400? If this was a weekly swing trade for me, I would totally be out of this position already. I'd be ready for the weekend. Start brand new. Yeah. Because I would have definitely have bought here. And we made that call on a Sunday live stream when we were here. Went down here. I keep on saying here. Let me put price 365. This was a fib zone that I have drawn in the other Tesla chart. It might have even scaled out once we hit this this zone of 378, and would have gotten back in this down here and down here. All right, we're still seeing positive price action. We're on a 5-minute chart currently. Let's go to the 1. The 15-second. No, that's too fast. 1 minute. All right, let's see how price reacts to this EMA and 100 EMA cloud on the daily time frame, anchored to the daily time frame. Switch over to the weekly pivot. Does it want to hit this R1 of 398 by the end of the day? Based on this momentum, it might. And if anyone is in chat, if there's something you want to see, feel free to leave something in the chat. If there's a ticker, whether it's stock, crypto, anything, let me know. I'll gladly provide my perspective. Let's take a look at MSTR very quickly. Basically, it looks just like Bitcoin. Looks like it's beginning to roll over though. So it's condensing. You see the range is wide here, and then you're beginning to see the range tighten up a little bit. We should see a pullback, yeah, for lunchtime. I'm going to draw the swing high of yesterday's price action to the swing low. We opened up in the 618 Fibonacci extension zone. Usually when that happens, when there's a gap up and stock price opens and closes above the 618, actually, I think it opened around here, right there. Yeah, but a close above the 618 means continued momentum in my book. So at that point, it's far beyond that range. But if you did go long at any point in this time, your target would have been hit right at market open, 618 and the 200%. Now, if we drill down to today's opening range, if we look at the high and low, the 15-minute, so 5, 10, 15, here's the high, here's the low. I'll just draw it that way. And as you can see, it is an art and a science. Okay, let me do that. Nope, that's not what I want to use. Maybe the ray. Yeah, we'll do the ray. All right, do the high and low of the 15-minute range. We got a breakout. If you're using the ORB strategy, the opening range breakout strategy, there was a close right here at 650. You could have gotten long at 173, 7:05 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Played the long to hit the 618 at 176. And once it hit the 200% of the 15-minute range, looks like we're getting a sell-off right into lunchtime. It's 8:52 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. If I turn on the moving averages, you're going to see the fast moving averages begin to curl. Yeah. Oh, there it is. Tesla. Selling off near the highs, right until lunchtime. Small retracement. As predicted. Just kidding. Yep. Everyone's closing their positions, getting ready to go to the bar. talk about their trades and how much money they made throughout the week. I wouldn't know. That's only in my mind of what Wall Street people do. Wow.
What?
Let's turn on the VWAP. Oh, this is a perpetual, so we probably don't get volume on this. So let's yeah, the daily VWAP is down here.
Which one? The orange one or the white one?
It's overlapped with this green one. Hold on.
Actually, so many.
Yeah, I know. I have to. That's why I toggle on and off my charts. Here, let's go to this one. Okay, just this black line right here. This is a daily VWAP indicator. So the black line is the VWAP. This is standard deviation 1, 2, and 3.
The bands.
The bands.
VWAP bands.
VWAP bands. As
you should color those. The top red.
It's gonna get a.
And the bottom green.
I already have a lot of colors going on here.
Yeah, never mind. You got a lot of things going on.
Which is why I toggle on and off different things using different perspectives. So based on this positive movement, price may not even go back down to the VWAP, because normally what happens is price retraces back to the VWAP.
Some people bought from the 50 EMA. Is that the 50?
This blue line?
The blue line,
yeah. So when we saw that price cross back up, right? That's a moving average cross strategy. If that's something you do. But we should definitely see volume dry up and price go stagnant during the lunch hour.
So
we have 3 viewers right now.
Okay.
I know one of us is us. So
no,
could be no, it could
2
be a
of
bot.
us is 2. A 2. IBIT, did you, so your expected moves, is it close to any of them? Oh, no. It's kind of in the middle.
No, yeah. So
Not
the
yet.
IBIT range was 41.95. I was thinking it was going to go down to 42, like near this 20 EMA, but it looks like it decided to bounce off from 42.45, and we had a gap up.
I see.
So it's probably just. I'm surprised. The options market was pricing in this move. It was pretty big.
Yeah.
Only because there was an FOMC meeting, I think.
Yeah.
And then earnings and stuff. I don't know if there's.
I just had an idea. Since we look at Bitcoin, do you look at the Bitcoin mining stocks?
Not necessarily.
Oh, no.
Mara is one.
I thought it was called Mana.
No. Mara. So it looks like it's getting squeezed between a lot of these daily EMAs. Kind of hit its head on the 200, pulled back, went lower, went higher. So are we going to see price break above the 200 EMA next week for Mara? Right? Is this going to be a true change in the trend for the long term?
Can we see a macro view?
Yeah.
SMIs. Yeah, I don't know.
We're still underneath the 200 EMA cloud.
Oh, because your SMIs on the bottom are kind of faster than the chart itself.
Oh yeah, here. I changed it on this chart.
Oh, I see. That's why it confused me.
Moving up.
Maybe it might hit that 800 EMA. Yeah, looks like it's gonna start reversing.
Yeah, I wouldn't go long in these areas right now.
Yeah.
I would have been dip buying if anything. It's had a brutal
Jeez,
price action
it does
since
not look good.
2000.
2000 what? 12?
Fully recovered from like 2021.
Yeah. Okay. Never mind. So bad.
It's lunchtime. For New Yorkers, 12:01 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. On the West Coast, it's 9:01. Bitcoin should retrace back down to this VWAP right down here. So orange line, 77,700. All right, it's the lunch hour. This looks like a double top. See what happens if price decides to roll over during this lunch hour. All right, it's the lunch hour. Oh, this looks like a double top. You see a cross of the 50 EMA. So short sellers would have opened up a short and put their stop above previous resistance. And then their target would be using Fibonacci. They're looking to get out at 390, 391, 390. So we should see price go back down to those levels as a target for the short sellers. Just going to quickly draw. Watch, and we're going to see price go down to 391 or 390 very quickly. If it breaks 393, that is. But if I was a short seller and looking for break of price, this would be target 1 and target 2. So let's see what happens. It is the lunch hour. This is low volume. Low volume hour. So price could move easily. And when they get back from their lunch, we're going to see where the smart money wants to move the price for the rest of the day. Either take out the short sellers that were selling up top, or maybe have continued momentum up to 398 to 400 by market close. Let's see. Fairly big red candle just kind of drop after we see this level break at 392. If first target should be here. Short sellers would buy back here. And let's see if they want to take it down there. A lot of manipulation going on during this low volume lunch hour. Algos kick in. for a break of 392.84. Just put an alert on that for fun. And if anyone's looking to go long, and if they're bullish, this is a very low risk low risk trade where they would be starting a long position here and put a close right here, just right underneath this structure. So that's why we're seeing this price action right here. Some diagonal trendline analysis. Just try to get close to a 45-degree angle. Let's see if price breaks this 45-degree angle. We're going to get granular here because this is a 1 minute. I'm just going to mark this off as a resistance. But neutral. Oh, you can't even see it. This looks like a double top to me. We got negative price action that followed. We have to see price not only break this 45-degree angle, but break through this Fibonacci retracement of this swing high to swing low. What do the SMIs tell us? Okay, SMIs telling us it wants to continue to go back up. Should zoom in. I always forget to zoom in. You know, that people could be looking at their phones. sellers did not want to step in. Let's look at the next possibilities for what could happen. If we do that, and if we do that, you can see a wedge of some sort. Do that, extend to the right. All right, let's see what happens. Looks like the buyers want to step back up. So we could have a wedge developing up into the close if this continues to work out. So let me do it this way. Wick to wick. Let's remove this because that's out of play. Okay, the bears didn't want to break lower, or the bulls did not allow it. My assumption that was that this was a double top, and that we were looking to see price to break this level down here at 392 during lunch hour, but bulls just came back in.
What do the SMIs show? Is there a divergence or anything? No.
No, this is the 1 minute, by the way.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow. Crazy price action during lunch hour.
I told you so.
Ooh, we're gonna see a short squeeze right here if price breaks this level. Oh. See the stochastic rolling over. Got a war between the bulls and the bears right now. If you wanted to open up a short, very minimal risk short trade where you open up a short up here and put a tight stop right above these levels. So space is going to be running out. It looks like it was respecting this angle. Get to take a look here. From wick to wick, made a third wick on this same line. So we are developing some type of wedge pattern here. So a decision needs to be made whether price wants to go down lower to this fib extension zone or higher. A decision's got to be made by 10:38 a.m. I'm calling that right now because that's where the lines converge, right there. They intersect at 10:38. So by 10:38, we're going to find ourselves breaking this support level or breaking this resistance level. We're in a weird middle zone. A lot of manipulation going on during this lunch hour. And to put into further context on what has already played out throughout the day, huge bullish movement to the upside following these EMAs, blew right past the ADR, the 7-day, 14-day ADR with this thin red box right here, rectangle, and hit the Fibonacci extension zone based on opening range breakout and additional Fibonacci extension zones hitting R3. So we are now hovering around the R3 of the day. We're just wondering if price is going to find itself to the R1 of the week, I believe. Here, let's take a look. Yeah, R1 of the week. See that right there? That's hard to see. I got so much stuff going on. So R1. Let's go back to the 1 minute chart because it's exciting, right? To see the price action. If this is something you like doing on your free time, doing TA, watching paint dry. But if you're in a trade with like Tesla right now, your heart would be racing and adrenaline be pumping. Let me just change the text of this. It should be just let's put closed shorts for anyone who is sometime by 10:38 we should see something happen. Put alert on the cross of it. Nice. Let's do that for fun. And alert right there. Your time frame, this pattern is bullish. If we see this pattern go up and then there's a wedge.
Ascending wedge.
Is it ascending? Yeah. Oh, there we go. An ascending wedge is a bearish, bearish chart pattern where price makes higher highs. Let's take a look at the images of it. Oh, never mind. Bearish.
Oh, no, wait. Is it?
A rising or ascending wedge?
Well,
We'll see.
it's this though. Look.
Oh, yeah, never mind. It's not
It's not.
ascending. It's dictated by the top, huh?
Yeah. Well,
The top line, because the top line's going down right now. Could be just a flag. Oh, triangle. Triangle. I need to brush up on my patterns. But as long as you could just see the lines and just look it up online, see what that pattern that is.
Your specialty or fibs.
Yeah, my specialty are fibs, pivots, moving averages, stochastic momentum, indices.
How long did it take you to figure that out?
Not sure if they'll be able to hear you, but how long did it take for me to figure this out? Years. If anyone tells you different, they're either selling you something or they're lying to you. It takes years to develop the discipline, to figure out what works for you, what doesn't work for you. You know, what strategy and risk tolerance that you have as a trader or investor. What's your time frame, your time horizon? So risk tolerance, time horizon, and are those indicators and trading strategies conducive to your risk tolerance and time horizon, right?
So based off of your experience.
It's based on your own. It's really based on, you know, what you're looking for out of the market, right? If you're a young person who's looking to make a lot of money, obviously you're probably someone who's going to be using leverage, options, futures, crypto perpetuals. I get it. I was there. I did all that. But, you know, as you get older, you start focusing on sustainability and higher probability plays. The most important thing that really, you know, helped me understand the market the most is if you understand Fibonacci, or the Fibonacci tool rather, and Fibonacci based indicators. In this case, I like using the Fibonacci pivot indicator. And if you know what that methodology calls for, you know, for me, I understood the markets, that there's a pattern. And that's my belief. Some people call it a self-fulfilling prophecy. But to me, my philosophy that there is some art and science to this market, that there's a geometry, if you will, or there's patterns that repeat. And Fibonacci is one of the pillars and blueprints for all of that. So if you understand Fibonacci, you know, I think you could go a long way. And if you don't, and if you like my commentary, please like and subscribe. It looks like price likes to bounce off this 50 EMA on the 1 minute. We're still in the lunch hour, so I mentioned earlier, we are going to be getting sideways action. So price would need to figure out where it wants to go by 10:38 a.m. Pacific Standard Time.
Why is it 38?
We're at the 1 minute chart. And then when I drew the 3 touches of resistance right here at that angle, and then these two, it goes up that way. This could potentially be a third point right here. I mean, I'll draw that very quickly. I know the chart's going to get busy, but let's just see. Something's got to give. We typically see a move happen like 15 minutes before the next hour. So by 9:45, we should see where it wants to go.
I see.
It's time for our lunch? No, it's still been up since. Huh? I mean, I'm ready to eat like at lunchtime. Oh, that's okay. It's live. We're not AI, even though we're not showing our face. We don't have our camera on. We're not quite there yet. But no, this is not AI. Yeah. Well, I could save it till later. I mean, I'm drinking coffee. Oh, look at that. But yeah, this is negative movement on the stochastics. It's bearish. We should see a break of these downward trend lines. Here we go. Will the bears win this battle during the lunch hour? We shall see. All I know is that if this level is broken, we should see a pretty sizable red candle going to this Fibonacci extension zone, where I believe if the bears went short, they'd be closing parts of their position down here, like scale out basically. Scale out here, scale out there, scale out this 200. But we have to wait for that to happen. See what ES futures are doing. Oh, we're at the R3 of ES futures. So people are going to start taking profit. Look at this volume on this red candle. Are we going to see a retracement? Oh, there we go. Yep. Oh, that alert was pretty loud in my ears just now. It was right when I switched over to the ES futures and saw we were overextended. So this should break this level right here. So if anyone was building up a, you know, bearish trade, you know, scaled in there, scaled in there, scaled in there, and then have your stop up here. And we're looking to close right here if you're a bear. And this is just a retracement back to these levels that does, and looking for breaks of these trend lines to show that we now have a change in trend. The stochastic that was building up over here was just giving us, you know, momentum indicators that we were going to go lower. We should see a green candle go up and retest this downward trend line or this upward angled trend line and then continue. A lot of tight price action going on right now. Waiting for that one candle that just kind of like sweeps it out, just takes everyone out right here. So anyone who went long down here or there, you should see a squeeze to the downside. Yeah, there we go. So there's that green candle. We're going to see a retest of that downward trend line. If it wants to continue, we'll see continued action to retest this support level. Okay, we saw a retest of that angle. Looking for a sweep down. It's 9:43. Probably within the next 2 minutes, we should see it make up its mind because at 9:45 we see the printing of a new 15-minute bar. Oh, did I lose signal? What happened? It's just, I'm now live. I've been live. Oh, there's probably a break in the live stream.
Yeah, it was on Twitch, I
Darn it.
think. No, it was just a break, but you went back on right away.
Okay. Okay. So 9:45, brand new 15-minute candle. We should see some movement happening right now. Quarter to the next hour. We should see a sweep to the downside. As I predicted. Went down, retested that trend line. And we're going to see if we're if people coming back from lunch wants to bring this lower. Like I said, a lot of manipulation going on during this hour, sideways action. Anyone who already sold short could have been scaling out. Stochastic is moving up at the moment. I'll just put the green arrow over here on this side. 10:38 a.m. US Standard Time or Pacific Standard Time. Price needs to break either down to this buy zone or fib extension zone or this fib extension zone. Choose your side, bull or bear. At the beginning of the lunch hour, I thought this was a double top. I mean, it is a double top by definition. And then we saw a third top right here. We saw a break of these trend lines. Those are telltale signs of continued bearish action on a 1 minute time frame. I mean, obviously we're bullish throughout the rest of the day. We're looking to see if we're going to see a retracement, which it might happen now. So you have the printing of a new 15-minute bar. I wouldn't be surprised if we go down here. We're looking for a rollover, 15-minute. 15-minute hasn't rolled over just yet. The 10. Yeah, 10 is beginning to roll over. 5-minute, we crossed the midline. So once we break this support at 392.84, I'm going to get an alert. It's going to be very loud. It's like a high-pitched noise that goes off. We should see a sweep. Like a big red candle, like right before 10. Looks like it might happen. Yeah. Calling it play by play.
Yeah, that's crazy.
We're seeing price respect the 50 EMA on the 1 minute chart. Went down, went up to retest, pulled back down. We're seeing the faster EMAs, I believe the 9 and 13, the yellow and red respectively, cross the 50 EMA on this 1 minute chart. So let's see what happens from here. This white line is a 200 EMA. So I wouldn't be surprised if it touches this line, which is pretty much in confluence with this 618 at 390. So that was like a third touch right there of that trend line. So this is, it's not lined up like horizontally, but this could be like a triple top, if you will, with this diagonal line. And if we drew another trend line going upward, it broke those two trend lines. Price broke through, retested it, and we're lower. So it's interesting to see what's going to happen within the next 10 minutes at 10 a.m. PST. if this is going to break this support. We're going to see how the smart money wants to play this and manipulate everybody at these levels. We are pretty much extended for the entire day. Tesla has already had a really good run up from bottom to top, 16.68. So $16.68, 4.39% move if you got the bottom. Fibonacci zone for bears who took these shorts to close at the touch of this 200 EMA or in this zone. Decision should be made by 10:38. Why 10:38? Because I drew these two trend lines, one up here and another going this way. I drew another one right there, but it's a minor trend line. But this is where the two trend lines converge at 10:38. I'm estimating price will have to make a decision by that time to either hit these Fibonacci extension zones, because I don't think price is going to stay sideways to close. It's got to break one of these, this resistance or that support. Thank you. Can you refill on some coffee? So the New York folks have 8 minutes to wrap up their lunch and go back to their desk and follow whatever protocol they're told to do. Let's look at ES futures. So we'll allow. Trending negative. Very small candles. I have volume candles. So the wider the candle, the bigger the volume. Interesting. Right here with Tesla. A lot of manipulation going on here.
They left because it's lunch hour. We're bored. I have to eat, baby, because I can meet my friends.
Yeah, go ahead. Thanks, babe. Okay, it looks like the smart money wants to take out these short orders. So we got a retest of this support line. Okay, we're gonna see stochastic rollover. We still got 3 minutes till the next hour print at 10. A lot of manipulation right at these levels. We didn't quite break this support line, and we got really close right here. This was a very low risk buy if you wanted to, if you're bullish. You could have bought right there and put a very tight stop underneath that structure. But that's scalping. And pretty much what I'm doing right now is just doing TA on an intraday scalping level. But when we do our recorded videos, and if you're viewing this right now, maybe we should put up our schedule, huh, on our channel. Yeah, so definitely live streaming on Thursdays and Fridays. So I'll put up a schedule. So like whenever, yeah, like a reoccurring schedule. So if you're interested, once you like and subscribe, of course, check out the channel. We'll put up a schedule for the live stream every Thursday and Friday, and click on the bell to get notified. But what we'll do is either on a Saturday and Sunday, we haven't decided if we either want to do a live stream or just do a recorded video to project our levels for the next week's plays. So we'll take a look at weekly option expiration. And what I mean by that is this. Holy crap. You know what? I should have been looking at actual Tesla.
I thought you were.
Because it had a, look at this long wick. Okay, I guess that other Tesla underlying that we were looking at isn't quite accurate. So
Oh, wow.
So it's already hit this 200 EMA and Fibonacci extension zone.
Oh, shoot. And that's a huge,
Look, it's a huge manipulation wick.
like
I wish I was live to see that. Or I had that chart up.
Yeah.
So if you caught us earlier, or if you want to rewatch any of this at the beginning, I did explain that what we like to do before the week begins, based on a Friday close. I know it's messy, ignore that. Let's look at the text box. We put down the Friday expected move of Tesla, Bitcoin, IBIT. And if you have anything that you want me to look at and track throughout the week, feel free to comment or put in the chat, and I'll take a look at it. But what we do is we predict the expected range, or we get the expected move, and then we draw our levels and we see how the week plays out, and we look for areas to swing trade based on Fibonacci and pivot levels. Wow. So based on this, my prediction was already correct. So it went down to 390, right?
Yeah.
So there's a good chance that this could go higher because this just got bought up. Everyone probably had their stops here, so that's the reason why it got bought up. Anyways, it went down to the 200 EMA, and the lowest was 390.63. So if to keep that in mind, I was looking at this other Tesla ticker. It didn't show here. So this is actually a Tesla dollar crypto coin from the protocol Pith. So you can see how there's manipulation in the market where you see the print, you see the order sweeps, you know, on the stock market level, you see this huge wick that occurred on 9:58. I mean, I knew a move was going to happen right at 10 a.m. I called it. We just didn't see it. We weren't on the right ticker. But I did know that there was going to a move to be made at the beginning of the next hour, which is end of lunch for New Yorkers. So it looks like it went down to 390.63. And if we draw 390.63 on the chart, wow, you can't make this up. So 390.63 on this chart wicked all the way down to the 618 extension that I drew right at the beginning of the New York lunch hour and retraced back. Yep. So the shorts are out of their, they made their money. So it's already happened. I was predicting that a move, the Fibonacci, well, there should have been a move at the beginning of the hour. And that was the wick, babe. At 390.63. And then 390.63 on this chart is here, 390.63, right at the 618 Fibonacci extension. So I can't stress enough, if you learn how to use Fibonacci, you know, if you practice to train yourself to look for these swing patterns, you know, at high resistance zones, high probability resistance supply zones, whatever you want to call it, but train yourself to do Fibonacci, and then somehow the market kind of moves in those directions. There's literally a scam wick that went down to 390.63 to take out any stops, and that wick went all the way down to 390.63, which was the Fibonacci extension. So bears are happy now. They're out. Scaled in once, twice, 3 times a lady and go down all the way to the 618. So that's a pretty good trade. Let's say you opened it up here, hypothetically, right? In hindsight, but I was calling it as it played out. So the stop would have been right there at the wick. The target was either, let's say, the 25%. Leverage. Let's put 0 for leverage. I think this is too many stats. Compact stat mode. Yeah, $4.31. Where's the risk ratio? Risk reward ratio. Oh. Wait. Well, I can't read that right now. I need to tweak these settings. But basically, it was a very low risk trade. Like even if you got in on this third touch, right? And then you put in a very tight stop. I mean, you obviously could have, you know, closed your trade here at the touch of the trend line, but the ultimate target was these Fibonacci extensions. You could have had a wider stop based on ATR, or even just at this 100 EMA cloud. And then your target could have been down here to the 618, which it eventually hit. I remember it looked different before. It used to give you like the ratio.
Maybe you have to toy with the settings. Because there was an update with...
Yeah, this update, not used to that. Like it would show you, right? Like a 3-to-1, 5-to-1 type of deal.
Well,
yeah, so,
it looks like a 10-to-1 or something.
Yeah, for sure. No, but that short trade is done, basically. It's already been completed. If you look at the Tesla trade right here.
If you had an order down there.
I called it, though. I said this was a double top, and then it became a triple top. And then we're looking for a break of this trend line. It doesn't show here on the screen, but on the actual Tesla chart, there's this scam wick that just showed up. 30 seconds. Yeah, look at that. Even on a 15-second. Wow. Under 15 seconds. Quick wick to the downside. Went down to 390.63. Which is down here. That would have been the full target, babe.
Yeah.
See that? So this short trade is basically done. As I mentioned earlier at the beginning of this lunch hour, your initial targets, if you had sold short, you could close a portion at the retest of support right there at 391 and the 618 at. But based on what happened, it hit the 200 EMA. That's what happened. This trade is done, basically. So now, when does the PM session begin? PM session begins at 10:30. Okay, so it's 10:09. See what happens at 10:30 Pacific Standard Time. What the smart money wants to do. If we're going to retrace, obviously this is sideways consolidated movement during the lunch hour. So right at the beginning of the PM session, we're going to see if the smart money wants to take this market higher to 395, or actually we were there, if it wants to retrace or go higher. But we have we have the 100 EMA. We have a whole bunch of resistances at play here. I wouldn't be surprised if market decided to retrace. And where's the VWAP? Let's take a look at the VWAP. Yeah, it doesn't show here. Let's hide the drawings real quick. Yeah, I think I mentioned earlier. You know, I'm wondering if we should see a retrace to the VWAP. 390. We are above the 200 daily moving average. So I wouldn't be surprised if we close above it by the end of today. So we get a weekly close above the 200 EMA on the daily time frame. And that would be bullish for the next week. Yep. If we close above the 200 EMA today, and then we see this type of curling action going on with the stochastic, like price doesn't even allow the stochastic to go down to the oversold territory and then basically interrupt it. This is actually strong bullish continued momentum going into the next week if we close above the 200 today. That's something I'll note during our recording for this weekend. But let's go to the daily time frame of this Tesla chart. So the type of price action I'm looking, if we go with the thesis of continued bullish momentum into next week, we could see this type of action where on a bigger time frame, daily, $427 to $453 next week would be the target. If we break 409, might as well just put an alert on that. Yeah, if you use TradingView, definitely add your horizontal lines and your alerts and whatnot, so when price does break, it informs you. Yeah, so this is a classic 618 pullback that happened this week. Textbook play that happened this week. Swing low, swing high, pull back into the Fibonacci golden zone. Strong continued movement, breaking of the downward trend line since December. If we close above the 200 EMA today, we're looking to retest the 409 next week. And if it breaks 409, we're looking at $427 on Tesla. And looking at the stochastic momentum index, this is bullish. Back to the 5-minute chart. Like I said, that short play for that lunch hour is pretty much done. But I'll just leave the drawings up there for now. We're seeing the stochastic momentum index curl on the 5-minute. And we're going to see if price respects these trend lines. If it breaks it, we're looking to retest these highs and possibly go to this Fibonacci sell zone to 397. Let's see. Or we could just be sideways, right? Go sideways for the rest of the afternoon.
Till close.
Till close.
The last hour, probably.
All right, so price looks like it's invalidating these trend lines that it once respected. It doesn't show it here, but man, I'm surprised it doesn't follow it tick for tick. Yeah. So if we have a live person in here and there's anything you want me to look at, play by play, using Fibonacci and trend lines, stochastic momentum index, put something in the chat. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna step away from the computer. Quick bathroom break. Okay, so the PM session just started at 10:30 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 1:30 New York Eastern Time. So let's see what the market makers want to do. If you're just tuning in, before the New York lunch hour began, I was looking at this potential short trade. I was giving this trade idea out. I didn't take it, full disclosure, and this is not financial advice, but we were already in a resistance zone. So if any would-be sellers wanted to sell short at these levels, this would have been a good area to build a position to take out at the Fibonacci extension zone. So what I did was I did the swing high and low, which is the previous hour before the lunch hour. It gives me this Fibonacci extension zone of above and below. When I saw this double top and then saw these two support levels, it was creating a wedge pattern. And then we saw, based on these two touches, a third touch. So that was a triple top. And we were waiting for price to break this upward trend line from the bottom. It did. And the target was this Fibonacci extension zone. So if you were selling short, you either scaled in, scaled out the touch of the trend line, then it scaled out and closed your entire position at this 391 price mark or 390.63. Because I wasn't looking at the actual tsla ticker from the NYC, because what I'm currently looking at is a derivative from in the crypto market, Tesla dollar, under the Pith protocol. If we look at the actual Tesla ticker itself from the NYC data, we see this huge wick, right? It touched the 200 EMA. This occurred at 9:58 a.m. and it went as low as 390.63. And there you can see how there's manipulation in the market where it just swept all these lows, took out all the stops going long, and anyone who had a short had their, price target hit. This was at 390.63, right? Touched the 200. If we go back to this chart at 9:58 a.m. 9:58 a.m. was right here. I'm going to mark it. So basically, this is where the bears had their trade closed. I did say that we were going to see a move right before the end of lunch. We didn't see it on this chart, but it was on this Tesla chart right here, the actual Tesla ticker. So what happened was that wick at 9:58 swept all the way down, broke this support, wicked all the way down to this 390 level, which is right down here. So my trade idea was like scaling into a short right here. We saw confirmation from this triple top, the stochastic momentum index going negative, and then eventually breaking this trend line, and then broke support from a wick we don't see here on this chart. But the wick went down at 9:58, went all the way down to here, 390.63. So that was a great trade to the downside. So the bears may be potentially out. We are starting the NY PM session. And let's see where the smart money wants to take us. Are we going to go past this 100 EMA cloud? We're already above the 200 on the daily. Right? That's a lot of stuff going on there. But as I mentioned earlier, this is positive action looking into next week. We have a classic ABC pattern, or 1, 2, 3, where we have this low to high and create a symmetrical pattern from this low to that high. I think I drew it earlier very quickly, but it looks messy right now. But we're looking to close above 390 and potentially close above the 100 EMA, but that could be asking for a lot. We have to wait and see. If price closes above 396, if it does close above 396, it would be bullish for next week. We should see a continued bullish movement. I think I drew it here somewhere. Oh no. Where'd it go? Might be on this chart. Oh, it's right in front of me. So the target for this, what they call ABC pattern. Maybe I should just draw it here. So we're looking for that pattern to play out and hit 427. Let's just say 425 because that's a psychological number. So if we close above the 200 or 100 EMA, 425 could be a potential target. And we have to see what the option expiration range gives us for next week. And that could be in play. Extremely bullish for Tesla going into the next week. Yeah, once we break this trend line right here, I'll put an alert. We're definitely going to be seeing 397 if we break these three resistance levels. 1, 2, 3. And then once that is broken, we'll get an alert. And we should see it go to 397. But let's keep in mind that we still have a 100 EMA cloud right here, which was used as resistance in the past. Oh. I hear you. Okay. Drop more Fibs for you. So anyone who went long between the lunch and PM sessions, they're looking to take out at 396 and 397. These are scalp trades, mind you. Well, let's go back to the regular. Oh, look at that wick or candle print. Hopefully we're not missing any wicks here. Yep, there we go. Bulls are smart money's taking this much longer. It's already hit that target. Ooh, wow, look at all this
Oh shoot.
Price action. It's going to take it to 397. Wow.
That's crazy. 2 viewers.
Were you viewing earlier?
Yeah, I've been viewing.
Yeah, so let's see if it could complete this target, because we do have a confluence of this Fibonacci extension zone at 397.35 and 397. Oh, basically, let's get 397.50. How about that? We should see some pullback if once it hits this trend line, and I'm gonna put an alert on that. Yeah. So we see a break of the 3 resistance level points right here at 396. We're now at we did hit 397. Let's see what happens. Everyone's front running. Let's see, 397.50. We should see a big pop. Look at these EMAs on the 1-minute chart. If we go to the 15-minute chart, let's look at the stochastics. Can't tell if it's pointing up. Yep, if it's curling, that should be strong movement to the upside. Let's look at the 5-minute. It's already moving up. 10-minute, it's just crossed, so it's looking good. Will it go to 397.50? Excuse me, kind of bumped into the tripod. There we go. $397.50, do it. Oh, not 50, excuse me. 397.35. Okay. I was reading that wrong. So it's 397.35 would be a confluence of several different fib zones. So we should see a pullback here. Yeah, so it's 397.35. That was the exit target for those who went long between the lunch and PM session. I know I have a lot of drawings here, but just bear with me. So anyone that went long saw this pattern, right? Right there. Move up, pull back to the 50 EMA, consolidated, broke horizontal support right at 1038. Hit the Fibonacci extensions based on this swing, 397.35 based on this 100% move of this swing, and the 125 of the swing before lunch. So this was a high probability sell confluence zone, which we are now seeing. Strong movement. Once again, 15 minutes before the next hour, we should normally see a move. And that was the play right there, 397.35. That looks like it's to the front, ran it by 2 cents. So as a good practice, you know, have those psychological numbers, maybe front run it by a couple cents of those of those price levels divisible by 5. So it looks like this peaked at 397.33. Let's see if this wants to roll over. The overall trend is still up. So we're getting a lot of positive action on Tesla here. We're most likely going to see one of these moves from the break here. It's yeah. So it continues to blow everyone, all the bears out of the water. Although a bearish trade, and it's a scalp. If you're just tuning in, I called right before the lunch hour, where we saw a double top, which then turned into a triple top, broke the upward trend line from the lows. And what I was calling for was a target down to these fib levels. You don't see it here, but what occurred on 9:58. This isn't a real Tesla ticker. This is a derivative in the crypto market. And I'm just using this chart to add drawings. If we go to the actual Tesla, I think it's time for lunch. Tesla ticker, using the NASDAQ data, you can see how there was some manipulation here. We saw a huge wick down at 958, which ended at the 390.63 level. That's what I was looking for. A retrace back to the 200 EMA in white and went down to 390.63. If we go back to that other ticker I was looking at 9:58, Tesla went down to 390.63. Boom. That was a perfect scalp trade to the downside during the lunch hour. We saw a triple top, break of this upward trendline support. We saw it break down this line, retest, manipulated a little bit. And at 9:58, right at the end of the lunch hour, which I was expecting a move to happen, wicked all the way down to 390.63. You can't make this up. This was based on Fibonacci right before it even occurred. It's a leading indicator. So if you don't, if you'd like to get more information about Fibonacci trading and pivot trading and using moving averages as well, please like and subscribe. But we called that one here. I didn't actually take it, but it was a trade idea. And this is just really scalping on a minute chart. Particularly, I like to swing trade and position trade for long term. But because I'm live streaming, and I plan on live streaming Thursdays and Fridays, and then over the weekends, Saturday and Sundays, I'll make a video to prepare the levels for the upcoming week, which I did this previous week and provided the option expiration levels. So we're clearly above the expected move, and excuse all these. Here, let me hide the indicators for now. I have a lot of drawings. We made a lot of calls this previous Sunday, where we were looking for any buyers to go down here, which was a Fibonacci retracement, previous week's action. This Monday was an easy buy to go long. You could have taken out right here at retest, but it did pull back on Wednesday, which was another buy opportunity into the retracement, right? So we have Confluence, demand zones for high probability trades going in a direction. And my call on Sunday was that we were going to pull back down here and make our way up, which it did. And currently we are blowing past the option expiration expected move. And I got this using Thinkorswim. You could find other platforms that provide the expected move. I'm only using the Friday expiration. So from Friday close 376, the range was plus or minus 1916 from there. I indicated it here by drawing a light gray box of the range. My call was that we're most likely going to continue moving up, and we did. We're blowing past that water or mark. Let's go back to the smaller time frame. Excuse all the drawings here. It's hard to make out. So after we pretty much made the play for the day, we drew the opening range, the high and low of the 15-minute. We saw a breakout of that. It'd be better if we go on the 5-minute chart maybe, because I think I drew it there. Yeah. So we drew the high and low of the opening range of the day, and that was within the first 15 minutes. And once we got a close above the break and then a pullback, that was a good area to go long. If you, you know, wanted to continue with that movement, you could have put a stop right there or below this previous structure. Easy targets to have taken out was the Fibonacci extension zone of the range, which is this red box, and even more so with the daily pivots. Oh shoot, hit all the indicators there. So if we quickly throw back our indicators, you could see how easily that this was a good buy because of the EMA. Price pulled back to the 50 EMA cloud right here. We broke past the range, hit that fib zone. R2 was an easy target to take out. R3, we hovered around R3 a bit, and now we're just slowly creeping higher past the expected move of the week, which was 394, 395, 395.46. Yeah, so this is extremely positive for, you know, anticipating bullish action for the next week. So we have to wait and see, because we are breaking. We haven't broken the 409 mark yet. But the bias is for continued upward movement. When we had a move similar to this one that we're having this week, you know, we did get a pullback. You know, this is when we had this week, pulled back, now we're bouncing up. We're looking to see a break of the 409 level next week. So at this point, you know, I wouldn't be opening up any new positions unless you had really tight stops, because the bulk of the move has already been made for today. But since I was available and I'm now live streaming, I wanted to go down to the 1-minute chart and break it down play by play during the New York lunch hour, which we nailed a few trade ideas with that quick scalp to the downside for a retracement. But that was going against the daily trend of today, which is going up. And you can see now we've already broken this downward trend line. And we're kind of riding this trend line channel right now from these 2 points. So from this pivot and that pivot, created this trend line, and we're now in that trend line channel, as I call it. Yeah, so we're definitely hitting peaks of overextension. I'm wondering if we're going to see some type of major pullback into the close. Ideally, what we want to do is close. Oh, well, we're way past it though. Where's the 200 EMA? Oh yeah, so the 200 EMA cloud is literally this red shade right here. So as long as we close above here, we should look good. As long as we close above 390 by the end today, it'll be positive for the end of the for next week, for the beginning of next week. Might see another pullback to 394, the R3 of the week. So we're definitely in overextension areas. Price has already peaked above the 100 EMA cloud, indicated by this blue little rectangle right here. We're going to see if it wants to continue going upward, right? A lot going on here, but I wouldn't be Personally, I wouldn't be opening up any new trades right now unless I plan on holding for next week. Daily SMI, so we're looking really good. We just crossed positive. And once we cross this zero line, which will happen next week, hoping that there's no negative negative news that occurs over the weekend. Once we see a cross of this zero line on the SMI, the daily time frame, we're going to see huge movement. The fact that we have this SMI reversing before it even goes down to the oversold area is a very strong indication that we should see bullish movement next week. So we're looking to stay above 390. That's the goal for today. If we could close above this 100 EMA level at 395, let's say, that'd be extremely bullish. That's like the best case scenario. So we're just wondering now if we're going to see a retrace back to the 200 EMA on the 1 minute or the 50 on the 5, I believe. Yeah. And if you're a live person viewing this right now, and you're not a bot, if you have any questions or if you want me to look at a ticker of your choosing, feel free to put it in chat. Like I said, I'll be live Thursdays and Fridays on Twitch and YouTube. Thursdays and Fridays for the live stream. Like and subscribe, comment, or put in chat if there's anything you'd like to see with my analysis using Fibonacci pivots, moving averages, Fibonacci, opening range, stochastic momentum index, SMIs. I use these indicators as kind of like my core system of determining, my plays. And this is not financial advice; it's all education. So if you want some free education, someone to explain along the way, I'll be that guy. Thursdays and Fridays. And we make a weekly prediction video every weekend moving forward. I gotta be on a schedule. See the 5 minute kind of like rolling over. Drill onto the 1 minute. Still haven't broken, excuse me. Yeah, this 50 EMA is holding. I'll be right back. All right, we're seeing negative movement on Tesla here. Or momentum, rather. Here, let's see. Let me just remove this. Oh, crap. That is what they call divergence. So we saw price move up right there, and then stochastic go down. And it's, if you see this downward trend line, the stochastic, it respected it again, and then we have a lower price. We should see the 50 EMA break very soon. Like right now. Okay, so now from a short seller perspective, what would the target be? Let's do that, just 395, just previous resistance. So let's see if 395 is used as a target for these short sellers. So we did see price go bearish, test this trend line, rejected. We're looking for a break of the 50 EMA. Maybe there's a wick that takes us down to 395. We'll see. I know I got a lot of boxes here, but yeah, it's just 395. Basically this trend line in 395 right there. Keep it deleted. Oh wait, did I delete the right one? Now looking for price to quickly go down here. We turn on the VWAP. The one I want. Bada bing, bada boom. I wonder what the actual Tesla, keep on saying Tesla. There was a wick that showed up. Any wick. So we see in the sell zone. So anyone who took this short trade up here, they're looking for a break of this. Well, we did see a break down to this trend line, which is a fractal to indicate that there may be a change in momentum, a change of direction, considering that we are already in extended levels for the high of the day and literally on the longer term time frame. This was a peak above the 100 EMA. We're looking for a retracement back down to maybe the 200 EMA, which is pretty far down, 390. Oh yeah, I'm not able to see the VWAP here on that derivative. So we do see the VWAP at 390.63. Very interesting. Interesting price, because that's where we saw the wick go down here earlier today. So if you're just tuning in, excuse all the drawings here, but we were basically providing trade ideas during the New York lunch hour. And then when I saw this triple top, the idea was to go short, and we saw a break of this diagonal trend line, retest, and then I was basically waiting for bears to close their shorts down here at this level. So it doesn't show it on this chart, but if we go to the actual ticker of Tesla using NYSE data, you can see at 9:58 a.m. there was a scam wick that went down to 390.63 and touched the 200 EMA right here in white. So we go back to the ticker that I was looking at. We don't see that here because this is a crypto derivative of Tesla, so it's not getting tick for tick price action. But apparently that short would have worked out for anyone who took that idea. Could have scaled in at this triple top, broke down this downward trend line, 958, scam wick that went down to 390.63, which was basically the 618 extension of the previous hour before lunch. So the swing high, swing low of this pivot point right before the NY lunch, which would give us the Fibonacci buy zone, Fibonacci sell zone, depending on wherever the pattern breaks. In this case, if you were bullish, you could have had a limit order to go long here, or if you're bearish, you sold from up here to close the trade at 390.63, which ended up working out. The time that occurred before the New York session and after lunch, which is this gap right here, I did a swing high, swing low of that, got the Fibonacci extension zones, and basically beginning of New York PM, it broke out of horizontal trend line right here at 395, a horizontal right there, and I drew the support. I drew the swing, and then it broke resistance. Ended up going to a confluence zone of 397 and also the 397.35 high probability sell area right here. Or take target if you already went long. Okay. So as expected, we saw these shorts who were scalping this, close their trade at the previous resistance, which is now used as support, 395.60, call it. So you see stochastics moving up. So once we see the stochastics break this diagonal trend line, we should see some strong movement going up again. So it's overall bullish day. Take your profits if you've already, I normally like to position trade and then just position myself for the week. It's hard to see here, but basically we've already made this past Sunday when I live streamed with my wife, when we drew all these levels on this day. Well, so it was Sunday, market was closed. We put a buyout right over here. Could have easily gotten out that same day. If not, we saw a pullback on Wednesday and Thursday, and you'd be making money today. So the reason why I'm getting so granular with this 1 minute, which I normally don't do, but it's really good practice for me to hone in on my intraday scalping skills, which I hope to do one day full time. Still work a 9 to 5. And if you are watching and you hear this, I'm going to be live streaming every Thursday and Friday. So I could be doing, minute by minute play as I see it, where I will, this was my first time live streaming on this channel. So we had some technical difficulties this morning. We weren't able to do pre-market, but we did hop on, I think about 30 minutes after the market open. So the idea is to live stream Thursdays and Fridays, provide market live TA either on crypto and stocks using the opening range, fib levels, and to provide trade ideas mainly on Tesla and Bitcoin and whatever viewer, wants to see, whatever the viewers want to see. So since I'm available, since I'm present, this isn't AI slop. I'm a real person doing this live. And if you want to see more, like and subscribe. Once again, Thursday, Friday live streams. I could do minute by minute plays. And then Saturday and Sunday, my wife and I will record a video doing a recap of what occurred this past week and ideas to prepare for the following week. I'm hoping there's no strong sell-off on Tesla because we want to stay above this 200. It's different on this ticker probably. Hold on this. Yeah, so the 200 EMA is right here at 390. You need to stay above 390. I mean, there's a huge space here, but who knows what could happen during the last 2 hours of market close. So we need to stay and close above 390, which is the 200 EMA. Ideally, if we could close above the 100 EMA, that'd be fantastic. If so, that's extremely bullish for next week. But it looks like we're kind of like meandering around this 189 EMA cloud right here. I like to toggle between the different Fibonacci pivots on the daily, weekly, monthly to give me short-term and long-term targets. Looks like R1 is at 398. Will we see 398 hit? We'll see. What I like about the pivots is that they are leading indicators, meaning the indicator is printed out beyond the current price. So it doesn't rely on the closing of each progressive bar and that it projects it moving forward. Whereas you have a lagging indicator such as the moving averages, it only gives you the data after the fact. So after the candle prints, it then recalculates and adjusts, which could be easily manipulated if you're a market maker or a whale. All right, so that's what I got on Tesla right now. Another scalp idea was going short when we saw this. Quick scalp trade, nothing big, right? It's just, if you could really hone your skill on whatever system you're using and do it on a minute chart and be fairly accurate, you could easily make money in this business. Not financial advice. All just education and entertainment purposes only. All right, so let's see how this plays out. I'm going to mute the mic and take a quick break. I'll be right with you. Okay, I'm back. So it looks like we're getting a deep retracement on Tesla. This is the negative action I was looking for towards the end of the day. A retracement back to the 200 EMA and a retracement back to potentially the VWAP at 390. Ideally, we want Tesla to close above the 200 EMA at 390. So we got to stay above 390, which would be a very bullish close for the week. But looking how price is quickly just turning negative. If we take a look at the ES futures, it's probably showing that we're selling off. Yep. If I were to remove my drawings and just look at the indicators that I have on here, you have the pivot lines. We did peak out towards the R1. We didn't quite get to 398. We did a quick retracement down to the 200 EMA on the 1 minute, which is the 50 on the 5. So we haven't broken the 50 EMA just yet. This could be just a retracement, but we'll have to wait and see. Stochastic on the 5 minute right now is currently in the oversold area. You have to wait and see if price will bounce off of this 50 EMA at 393. But we'd like to close above 390, which is this level right here. It's already been a very positive week. We could finish even stronger if we close above the 200 EMA. I switched back down to the Fibonacci daily pivots. We were above the R3. Okay, that's what I have for now for the update. Personally, I'd be done with, if I were, actually actively trading this right now, I would be done with the scalping for the day unless I see something that is, apparent. Because we had already said that there's a scalp trade to the downside. And if you're looking for that 200 EMA touch, you're probably out. But now it's 11:49 Pacific Standard Time. There's not much time left remaining in the market. So if you're going to be opening up any positions, it's going to be for the purposes of exiting next week. But as of right now, unless you see something that is obvious for you to set up or trade, by all means, right? That's all risk. And this will be our second time going back to the 200 EMA on the 1 minute chart. See what Bitcoin is doing. that'll be it for now. I'll be right back. quick update. We're getting a nice little bounce. We're about 50 minutes till market close off of this 1 minute 200 EMA, which is a 50 EMA, well, close to on the 5-minute chart. So we're seeing a bounce here, which is near the R3 and previous support to the left. And we're looking to see if we're going to retest the 100 EMA. We're just kind of close right below it. But it looks like we're going to close above 390, which is good, above the 200 EMA. We'll have a strong weekly close for the week. This is what the weekly bar currently looks like. Not quite above previous week's high. We're definitely going to retest it next week if we get continued bullish movement. Stochastics are looking good. At this point in time, it's power hour. Everyone's winding down, looking towards the weekend. I know I am. We should just see some sideways action moving forward. If you like what you see, if you like how I do this, please like and subscribe to the channel to support. I'm looking to gain a following. Currently, I have 4 subscribers. I live stream every Thursday. Well, starting now, this week, Thursday and Friday, and then I'll come out with either a live video or a recorded video to upload over the weekend to do a recap of this week, and then looking at the levels for the next. So like, comment, subscribe. If you have any ideas for me, feel free to leave it in the comments or put it in chat. Any tickers you want me to see? Right now I'm just focusing on Tesla and Bitcoin, and maybe if anything else pops up that I want to see. But those are the main go-tos I like to look at. I like the price action on Tesla. I invest in Tesla long-term in my retirement portfolio and other stock positions. I have plenty of Bitcoin. I have spot. I have Bitcoin in my retirement. I have IBIT. I have GBTC. I've been in Bitcoin since 2018. So that is just the steady eddy, DCAing into longer positions. But I do like tracking Bitcoin, just to, like I said, DCA. Whenever I get paid for my job, I, make a purchase of Bitcoin. So I like keeping track of price, finding the best times to DCA, whenever we have these dips. Tesla, really like the volatility and price action and the volume. Also, if you're doing covered calls, I really like Tesla for the option premium. If you buy the shares and you sell a call for a covered call, that's beyond this live stream, but something I like to do as well. Collect some income per week. If that's something you'd like to see, just let me know in the comments. And yeah, we're gonna wind down this last hour. Currently it's 12:14 Pacific Standard Time. I need to go grab some lunch, but I'll be right near my computer. And we'll just wait until this last hour winds down. Let's see what happens. Let's see where we close. And I'll catch you in a bit. Okay, I was over here eating lunch and I just got an alert. Tesla crossing horizontal array. Let me turn the drawings back on. Back down to the 392 level. As I mentioned earlier, we want to stay above the 390 price level because that's where the 200 EMA is currently at. We want a weekly close above the 200 EMA. If we want to see continued positive movement moving forward into next week. Looks like we could be retracing back to this VWAP at 391. We've still got about, less than 30 minutes left in the market. I'd like to see a close above 390. So let's see how this plays out. I'm going to finish my lunch. But I'll keep an eye on the screen. I heard that alert. Got my headphones on. But I will be here. Hopefully we don't see this 390.63 get touched. I'll just put an alert on it. Based on this momentum right now, it looks like it does want to go down to 390. But I'll put an alert on at at that level. Oh, excuse me, that's not the we're looking at 390. This was a previous Fibonacci extension. So 390, let's close above that and we'll take it from there. All right, 12:51, last 9 minutes of the trading day. Oh, price retraced back to the 200. Yeah, that's on the 1 minute, but if we go to the 5, it's already crossed the 50. End of the day analysis. If we do this, I know we got a lot of fib work here. This could potentially go back down to 38.2. Enough time, like the next 8 minutes. 390. As long as we close above the 389 mark where we have the 200 DMA, I think we should be good. But if I did today's high and low swing, hoping the bulls could hold the 38.2 Fibonacci retracement for another bullish play going into next week. So ideally close above 389. As of right now, it doesn't look good. Because it could easily go down there within the next 7 minutes at this rate. Currently, we just hit the VWAP, so we're looking for that as support. Now, these aren't trade recommendations. We're just observing, see what's happening. Pretty much winding down. Last 7 minutes of the day. This could easily just wick down to the 200 DMA, which is at 389. And then maybe go back up from there. But we're looking for a close above the 289 level. Which is the 200 EMA right there. So we shall see. Ooh. You're going to hear a loud noise right now. It'll be an alert. Beep. Yep. We're going to get a quick wick to 389.38 probably. Still got 5 more minutes. We literally just need to close above 389. Yeah, so it looks like price rejected this 100 EMA. So price did kind of peek its head above the option expiration expected move for May 1st. Went up to 395 was the top end. Price ended up peaking at 397.82 before it decided to roll over. All right, it's got to stay above 389.80. Is stochastic moving up, curling up on the 1 minute chart? Let's see. It's got to survive for the next 4 minutes. So whoever took shorts, it looks like the market makers decided to sell this off. Maybe just retrace. and they should be closing their sell orders right here near the 200 DMA, basically front running it. So we should see some bounce occurring right over here because everyone's closing their trades right before market close. So for some of you regression retracement traders, like if you were selling short, like developing a short, could have closed when this price wick down here, but definitely close when you hit this VWAP, this orange line right now. All right, 2 minutes till close. Let's just play this out. Okay, there we go. Saw your comment. Yes.
I've been on. I left it on while I was working.
What's that?
I left the live stream on while I was working.
Oh, okay. Okay. I thought you were gonna tell me or call me. I'll do it right now. Market's about to close.
What did you eat?
I just finished some steak, Brussels sprouts and rice. There we go. Market just closed. Closing price at 390.73. All right, we closed above the 200 EMA on the daily time frame. Yeah. So price did, if we drew, I know there's a lot going on here, but if we drew the low to the high of today, and we got the 382 fib, price basically pulled back at the 382 fib, which is good. This is a healthy retracement from this bullish movement throughout that occurred this morning. So the idea is to look for continued movement upward into next week. So good news is that we close above 390, close the week strong. Let's take a look at the weekly candle. We didn't get close to 400, but since we closed green this week and closed above the 200, we're looking for continued movement. The stochastic on the weekly time frame is still positive. The daily SMI is getting ready to curl up, which is very good. And we have this ABC pattern here on the daily time frame. So we're looking for continued movement next week. Looking to break 400. Oh, excuse this ad. Oh, you might just skip that. Is there an ad? Thank you.
You don't have to cook it for me.
Okay. All right. So the market's closed. We had some bullish movement. I could do a recap about this past week, this weekend. But as I mentioned throughout this stream, I do plan on streaming during the market Thursdays and Fridays. And then every weekend, either live stream or upload a video giving my weekly future projections into the next week when I provide that recap. So if you like what I do, like how I explain things, I like talking about Tesla, Bitcoin, doing live technical analysis using Fibonacci tools, Fibonacci pivots, stochastic momentum indexes, moving averages. If you have any suggestions, feel free to leave any comments in the comment section below. If there's any tickers you want to see and you want me to analyze, feel free to go ahead and leave a comment and I'll take a look at that and be sure to include something in the recap video and projection for next week. Thank you so much. Hope to see you soon. Have a good day.